Hello everybody, Joe Mechanic here, and today I'm going to have a look at some of the new features of this new contact update, because I've had a little bit of a tinker around over the last hour or two since it dropped, and there's some very promising stuff involved in this new update, particularly for mech engineers. There's a lot of the cool new prototype stuff that I'm sure there are other people covering right now. None of that particularly interests me. What really interests me is the update they have made to the way actions and toolbars work, with all of the automated blocks and all of the sensors and timers and all that kind of stuff. We have got so much more control of it now. First things first though, I do want to say, Keen, I love you, I love this company, I love this game, it's brilliant, but why in God's name have you separated out all of the computer blocks into individual little tiny groups? Because now instead of having 3 things on a toolbar, I need a toolbar and a half to get all of my separate parts. You've moved everything into little tiny groups, and it's a bloody nightmare. Oh, hello Damon. Yes, that cockpit does look really cool, doesn't it? I took one look at it and immediately thought that could be the head of a really cool looking mech. So I set this up, and I'm going to start playing with some of the new bits. I have been cheeky and spawned myself in some of the new prototype batteries, just because they look really sweet. I won't really be playing with much of the prototype gear, because that's all mostly endgame PvE kind of stuff. I'm not too arsed about that. I want to play with these new features. So aside from Keen making my life a pain and having to have 20,000 things on my toolbar now, we do have some incredible new things that we can do. Oh, hello, Captain Player. How are you, man? Yes, Damon, it does look a bit like a bear. I nicked some of the ideas and designs from my Ursus bear mech that I'm still working on at the minute. I've got a video of it on my YouTube page. But yeah, I nicked some of the ideas from that for this thing. But yeah, the cool new thing that we can do with timers and hinges and things now is we've got this fantastic new action. So we can take things like rotors, add them to the toolbar, and we now have these rotate to angle and set velocity and set lower limits and set upper limit functions. So we now have the option to rotate to very specific angles at very specific speeds. So I can set that to, what, 20 and make it go 6 RPM, and we also get the option to choose which direction it turns, which is even better. And then we can even name that function as well, if we've got it on a toolbar. So that will now move that to 20 degrees. Where's that leg? Rotor. There it is. That one has now been moved 20 degrees, because that's what I told it to go to. Yeah man, it's totally amazing. It means, oh my god, it means loads of things. It means I can, me and you and everyone else that likes to play with subgrids and rotors can do so much more complex things, because I can now set that to, I can change that to something else. Let's set that to, where was it? Rotate to angle. Let's go to -10 at 24 RPM. Call it that. Confirm. Trigger. So we now have the ability to swap between fast movements, slow movements, and particular angles. So I'm going to have to completely reinvent how I do stuff now. My binary event control light system is now kind of defunct. I've been working on that for a good few months. This opens up so many new possibilities. Because the whole reason I started doing the binary light on-off system is to get more precise results out of moving rotors and hinges, rather than just using the reverse command over and over again, because that can get messy really quickly. But now we can do all kinds of stuff. Oh yeah, my other gripe, you've moved all the lights as well. There's now 2 separate groups for lights. I mean, the new spotlights look really, really cool, and I can't wait to start integrating them into some of my builds. There's some very cool angles and shapes and stuff there. But it's another separate group I've got to play with now. It's a bit of a nuisance. And yes, Damon, yeah, it's going to make building mechs so much easier. So this is why I thought I'd throw together a quick little streaming session, probably do like 3, maybe 4 hours of it, and see what we can do with these new things, because, oh god, yeah, you can do things so much differently. Because you could even use it to reset things, like that head for instance. I'm going to put a torque controller on there so I can use the mouse to turn the head, but let's just quickly call that head rotor. The biggest problem with using a torque controller as like a controller for your cockpit to move it about in real time is always that you'll end up with your control seat on a weird angle like that, and it's a bit of a pain to set up a rotor to stop back at 0. So now we've got that, like that. Let's get rid of that. Let's grab our head rotor. Rotate to angle 0. That's 6. Automatic. Bam, there you go, back in the middle. Single action. And then I can move that. Ah, right, yeah, and then it's... Ah, so yeah, then that'll set a limit. Ah, okay. Right. Because I didn't set that limit. Right, so that's how that works. That'll set limits. Interesting. Oh, hey, Space Guy Falcon. Yeah, man, they did the thing. You can set angles and stuff. I am literally sort of figuring out what we can do with it right now. I had a little bit of a play with it earlier, but I've not done much. But yeah, like I said, right now I'm just seeing what we can actually do with this. So I assume that rotates angle thing essentially sets a limit and then applies the velocity in a single command. Because if I had that like that, and then got that rotor to then set the lower limit to -45, what would then happen when I trigger that timer? It'll push it all the way over there. Right. Okay, take that out, so it's back to 0. That'll put that back in the middle. What has that done to the limits on that rotor head? It has now made the upper one 0. Yeah, I see how that works then. So, let's trigger that again. That's put that back to 0. And now the lower limit is... Right. Cool, so that's how that action works then. That rotate to angle essentially is a dual command that sets the limit to where you want to go and then applies the appropriate directional velocity at the parameter you've set. Okay. So you could use that to reset it, and then you'd have to automate a way to turn that back off and then set that back to the limit you wanted, but that's not too hard. Because we also have this set lower limit. So you could put that in a separate action. So you could have that as, say, reset 0. And you could have another timer as a reset angles. So we could say have it at what? Minus 30. 30. That's a bit far. Oh yeah, I haven't got that much room with this head design, have I? Whatever. Right, so then we could click that, and then that's obviously going to make that head go back to 0 on one of them. What can we do with this then? So then we'd want to set lower limit, well, up to minus 10. Set upper limit to 10 degrees. And then we can trigger that. Oop. Ah, right, yeah. I get ya. So first we would have to reset the velocity. Then set that. Oop, wrong thing. What is it? Set upper limit. Positive 10. Confirm. So yeah, that would reset us to 0. Trigger that. And that has reset the velocity on the rotor. And the head rotor is now back to those two angles. Cool. Okay. Oh, sorry guys, I was lost in playing around there, I didn't see all those messages. Yes, Space Guy, it's a huge change. Oh, that's a shame, Damon, having to work tomorrow. Well, you'll get your chance eventually. Space Guy, it's going to make mechs so much more fun to make. Yes, it is, yeah. Also, Space Guy, yeah, you can now give them multiple poses. Because it looks like the way that works, setting the limit of the rotor or hinge at the same time as applying the velocity, so you can put the legs in as many different positions and as many different angles as you like. You don't really have to worry too much about the limitations of like sticking rotor limits and stuff on. Yeah, there's so many possibilities that I've got a lot of ideas running through my head right now. I'm trying to figure out which one to start with. Yeah, because previously I would have had to get that head to reset back to 0. Previously I would have had to set up a timer to reset and apply velocity to that rotor, and then trigger itself on a loop so the head moves back and forwards. And then I've had to have set up an event controller to close to zero, account for the velocity and the force of the rotor, and then set it up so it resets the velocity of the rotor about the right place in the middle. But the way this is now, you can just put that straight back to whatever angle you want with the press of a button. So that is going to make building stuff very, very, very interesting indeed. So I want to have a little play around with this, with some of these new settings, because, like I said, my binary system with the lights flicking on and off works pretty well, but there's still some irritating limitations of it. This now, I think I can replace half of what I was doing with some very simple controls now. I mean, to be honest, I could possibly even build it without lights and event controllers, maybe, but I'm going to try and integrate some of these new ideas into what I'm already doing. But I'm going to see if I can do it with just one light per leg and have some interesting and complex controls based off that. Because previously, in a perfect world, I'd try and set up a light to control each individual section of the leg. But the APC... Oh, hey, Captain Player. The APC Walker. Do not worry, we will be going back to that build stream at a later date. I just wanted to play with this contact stuff, as it's fresh and new and interesting. The APC Walker, yes, well, it's in the same state it was at the end of the last stream. I did the tiniest little bit of greebling after that stream, just to try and make it a little less boxy, but yeah, it works pretty well. But on the subject of that, I might have to completely revamp some of the stuff that's going on inside it now, as we've got all of this really interesting new functionality to play with. What's that, Damon? Would it be possible to make poses like mechs sitting on the ground with it? And absolutely. With this new setup, you could absolutely make mechs do more custom poses, like in theory. You just have to think about what angles and positions you'd want it to be in, but in theory, you could absolutely make robots and mechs and stuff do like proper action poses and things like that. Because like I was saying before, one of the biggest limitations with doing more articulate stuff in Space Engineers with mech things was the way you apply rotor limits and velocity and stuff like that. It was really restricted, but now you can literally set anything to any limit at any speed. So yeah, you could totally do that. Yeah, Captain. What's that? Was thinking with this angle function, people can even make animations. Yeah, you just need a bunch of timers. Like I was showing there before, having one timer to apply the 0 point and another one to reset angles. You could have that as move that hinge 10 degrees that way, and have that one as move it 45 degrees that way. You could do so much with it. That's why I'm a little bit excited, because I watched the release stream whilst I was waiting for the update to actually drop, so I could download it. And The Prototech stuff is kind of neither here nor there for me. I'm not too fussed by it. Some of the new blocks are pretty cool. I was a little underwhelmed by some things. I think there's still some stuff missing. But when it got to the bit of the stream where they talked about how they have expanded all the mechanical stuff, I suddenly got very, 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 very excited. Oh yeah, another thing they've also done. Sensors now have multiple pages. You've got multiple pages for sensors. They can do all sorts of things when they detect stuff now, rather than just one action at a time. You've now got 9 pages, like event controllers. So sensors are even more useful now. You don't have to, well, you don't necessarily have to put a pair of timers on your build and then put them into a sensor to get multiple actions out of it now. You can now do like 9 things. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is what I mean. I wasn't really paying attention much to the block reveal stuff on the build stream, on the release stream, but as soon as they mentioned all of this new mechanical stuff, I got very excited very quickly and was impatiently shouting at the computer and telling them to hurry up and release the damn thing so I can play with it. But yeah, there is so much new like game mechanic stuff to play with for the mech engineers. There's all the new blocks, all the new Prototech stuff, like all the PvE and PvP, and all the people that like to do stuff in space. And there's the encounter system as well, which is quite cool, which apparently retroactively applies to most games, because I loaded up this save file, which is one of my just default building stuff, and there is now a salvage yard 6 kilometers over there, and there's an unidentified signal 7,500 kilometers up there, and they definitely weren't there this morning. Yeah, the new weapon skins look pretty cool. Gutted there's no new small weapon upgrades or updates. Small grid always gets a bit neglected. There's a few things missing from the small grid upgrades again that's kind of annoying me. But you can't have everything. Right, so we've got some legs. So I don't need nearly as many event controllers as I would usually use. So let's think about this then. Because I'm still gonna use my event controller rotor system thing to make the whole thing tick over. But oh god, I wish I hadn't separated everything out. So annoying. Yeah, so let's put some bits in place. Let's do. We only need at least one for each one. I don't need half as many event controllers as I'd usually build. Because what I would usually do is set up a light on each section, or set up a light to control each section of each leg, which would end up being, well, 3, 6, 9, 12 separate controllers. And then that would do the lights, and then I'd build a walk cycle on top of that, which would be another 8 controllers, 2 for each side. Doing it this way, I might be able to just reduce it down to those. So we'll give it a go, we'll see what we can do. Controller. Walk forward. FL0. No, actually. No. We could probably reduce this even further, depending on how many slots we need. You know, let's not try and overcomplicate things. Let's just start simple, and then we can condense it down later. So we'll call that one. Yeah, because there's the potential here to condense walk animations down into a really small amount of blocks now. Rather than having to have all kinds of timers and event controllers doing all sorts of complicated things, you could theoretically really reduce this down. But I'm still going to use some of my old systems. I've done that the wrong way round. You fool. Oh no, I haven't. I am being a fool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, right, so that can be rear left. Yeah, because rather than having a light moving a rotor and then an event controller waiting for that rotor to get to the right position to trigger a bunch more, I can just have one event controller to move all the parts of that leg at whatever speed I want, and then I can have another event controller to return all those separate parts at whatever speed I want to whatever angle I want in two simple motions. Yeah, this could actually be really cool. Right. Let's do rear right, and then let's do front right. Yeah, I reckon I can get the walk cycle down to just these, and then the little rotor system to make it spin. Cool, right, okay. Oh, hang on. There's a whole bunch of rotors and stuff I'm gonna have to smeg around with. Oh no, I copied and pasted them all, didn't I? Oh, no. That is gonna be wrong. That's rear left. That's rear. Rear left. Rear right. Rear right, and then rear right. The last one should hopefully be front left. Yep, copy and paste and not paying attention. Right, so get an angle where we can see what we are doing. Hello, dark matter. What are the new blocks? You can't play for the next couple of weeks. There's a whole bunch of new blocks. I've got creative tools on, so I can pretty much look at most of it without any issue. There's all the new prototype blocks, which I'm not massively fussed about. Some of them are cool, some of them I'm not bothered about. There's the great big new drill everyone's been ranting and raving about. It's quite cool. It spins on its own in a big circle and bores out great big holes. There's the new gyroscopes, which are quite cool, that come in small grid and large grid. Annoyingly, really annoyingly, I don't know why they did this. The small grid one is 2 blocks wide. It's one of those things that's really cool, but really frustrating. So a lot of my builds, I do odd number symmetry so I can get things in the middle. It's really annoying trying to get 2 block wide things in the middle. And then there's the prototype assembler and the prototype refinery that comes in small and large, if you can find it out in the wild. There's these new prototype thrusters. Small grid ones are quite hefty. They are 2 by 2 by 5 or 6 or something. And then there's the new jump drive stuff. So obviously there's the big one. Oh, where's that gone? Oh, there it is. There's a big one and there's a little one. And there's a whole new bunch of stuff. Annoyingly, as I was saying before, Keen have separated out all of the computer blocks into separate groups, which is really annoying, because now you have to have 20,000 things on your toolbar. But there is some cool new spotlights I'm going to try and integrate into this thing. And there's a few other, like, bits and pieces. There's some new bridge panels and stuff to make custom large grid bridges that look quite cool. I wish there was some kind of small grid variant of it. Again, the small grid getting ignored, a little bit annoying. So let's play with these controls now, because I can set this stuff to basically be anything. In fact, let's grab my Ursus design, because I can't remember what angles everything needs to be on the legs to make it walk sort of nicely. So what do we want to have that on? That was going to be minus 20 and 40. Right, so leg light controller. Oh yeah, we just called it walk, didn't we? So walk forward, lock on and off, call it leg light number 1. Now, when that turns on, oh yeah, no worries, dark matter. Yeah, there's some cool new blocks in there. It's a very cool new box. I actually was a bit cheeky and grabbed some of the new small grid prototype blocks to put into this mech, because they're actually they're pretty cool. They're a very different shape to the standard batteries. They're 3 by 2 by 1, so they are considerably skinnier than the standard large batteries, which is quite nice. Right, so this water control, when we turn this light on and off, I want it to replicate this for now, so that was... do something like that, so yeah, we'll move it 40 degrees to do something like that. So when we turn this on, we can take that rotor and we can set rotate to a particular angle. Okay. Call it 40. And we want to go, call it 12 for now. We can always change this. Oh yeah, because we have this. Because we can choose specifically what direction we want it to go that way. Depends which way it's looking at clockwise. I suppose clockwise would be that way, wouldn't it? Then we can obviously call that anything we like, but that's not going to show up in here. That's just for if you're putting it on a toolbar, on a cockpit or a control seat or something. So yeah, we can just experiment with that for a second now. So let's call it that. Now, I reckon in standard Space Engineers fashion, it's not going to let me put two of the same action next to each other, is it? So bring it back to 20. At 6. Because we are just playing around right now, not actually setting up anything permanent. Call it Rev. What happens there? Oh my god, you can put two of the same action next to each other. Because I suppose the game is seeing them as slightly technically differently, or they've changed the way that works. Okay, so if that works like that, then the leg light at the front turning on and off can make things move slowly and quickly. So we can do fast actions and slow actions and all sorts. Okay, that's cool. Right, let's set that up a little bit more sensibly then. So when that turns off, get rid of that. Rotate to angle. Oh, hang on. What was the other angle? I can't remember off the top of my head. Minus 20. Yeah, because 4. Yeah, minus 20. Yeah, because now I don't need... Because I also don't need to have all of those leg light controllers to create reset animations to put everything back the way it was. I can literally just have a single timer that tells all of the hinges and rotors to go back to a position I want it to be in for a default, like, position. Oh, hey, hey Space Cowboy, how you doing, man? Yeah, right, so that would be... What's that? Set rotate angle, minus 20. I'll have that go the same speed, because we want it to be a nice, fluid kind of thing. Yeah, cool. Oh, JR. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right, Jack. How you doing? Is this your other profile or something, is it? Or have you just got a new name? Cool, right, so that will do them. And then what I would want to do is program the foot to lift up in there as well. We just go straight to there, and it would be FL03. Oh, hang on. What angle did I want it to lift to roughly? We can adjust all of this later. So that was doing minus 60 and 0. won't return something, whatever. Right, so that goes minus 60. Yeah, you had to change it for that, did you? Too many people saying your name. Right, so let's FL03. So we can set that angle to, what did we say? It was minus 60 for now, wasn't it? And we'd want that foot to lift nice and quick so it clears the floor. And the holder. Yeah, let's make it pick up real quickly. Let's do 24 for now. Oh, I'm still thinking in sixes. I don't have to think in sixes anymore. I can do it in any RPM I like. I'll just keep doing it like this for now, but bum 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 bum. Let's pull that one forward as well. Right, so that would lift up as we go forward, wouldn't it? Yeah, like that. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so we could do it like that, and then the return for that could be angle changed, and that could look at the leg rotor at the shoulder, and when that gets to whatever angle is appropriate, we can get it to drop the leg back down like I would normally, but then I can now do it at whatever angle and whatever speed I like. What was the return angle on this one? 20 degrees. What was it looking at though? Oh, it's looking at the leg hinge. Oh yeah, because yeah, spag it. That's not applicable here then. Bum, 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 bum. We'll call it 30, we'll see what happens. In fact, we might even need to do it sooner than that. Return. Right, so angle changed on that. What is it currently at? Why are you saying 340? That's just confusing. Yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, 'cause it's minus 20. So, greater than... Well, greater than 20. When it gets to greater than 20, it will drop this part of the leg back down. So that'll be number 2. And before we go any further with that, what angle does that want to be at? That's 65. 0. Yeah, because that does do some strange things with the angles on the rotors and things. Okay. Yes, it does seem this new system does mess with the rotor limits that you've set. So you'll have to do a bit of thinking around that. Right. Okay, so return. You will rotate to angle 0. Alright, now this is where we can actually start tweaking things to particular RPMs rather than having to work in groups of 6. So I'll just set it to 12 for now. Turn, not when it makes a difference. So, there you go, that can move out like that. And then when that walk light turns off, oh yeah, that return would also want to bring down the end of the foot. So it'd be 2 doing that. Oh, what's that, Space Cowboy? Did you grab the DLC? Yeah, of course I did, man. Like I said before, I was sitting there watching the release stream, impatiently yelling at the computer to hurry up and make the thing go live so I could download the bloody thing. Yeah, so I got the DLC straight away. I always do. I like having all the new blocks and seeing what they can do. Yeah, the new cockpit is pretty good. Actually, for anyone that isn't aware yet, that cockpit isn't actually part of the update or the DLC. You have to go here, sign up for the newsletter, go to this page, as you can see, sign up for the newsletter and get the flush cockpit. Type your email in, do that, click subscribe, and it should be available in your cockpit, in your G menu. If not, reboot the game, jump back in, and it should be there. Because I saw that in all the promotional stuff, thought that's really, really cool, where is that? Went into my G menu to look for said new cockpit, and when I got here, that was greyed out, and it had a little thing saying, subscribe to the newsletter to download this DLC. So, if you want the flush cockpit, go here, click that, fill it in, and then it should be yours. Oh yeah, this DLC is worth it. The update alone is worth it. The DLC content, like, is pretty cool, but the update by itself is absolutely worth it, just for what they've improved in the mechanics. Yeah, Damon, same here. Like, there's a lot of shady companies out there that really skimp on stuff and don't really care, but the Keen guys are still supporting this game, like, over a decade later, and still making improvements to it. Oh, let's get rid of that big PCU hog. Yeah, the guys at Keen are really, really cool. Like, they've even, like, shared some of my videos on their social media feeds before. Like, they're a really nice company, full of really cool guys, from what I've seen. Right, yeah, okay. So, what I need is for that. Yeah, I need that to return to, what angle was it, 65. When we turn the light off again, So FL02, when we turn the light off, we want to set the angle to 65 at 12 RPM for now. Why is that a hinge doing that? Oh yeah. Right, okay, hang on. Yeah, okay, so this new feature does mess around with your rotor limits quite a bit. So you will have to think about what you're doing with them. Copy all but name. Paste that back in there. Right, so when we extend out, we want to do that again, didn't we? That was minus 60. FL03. Now, try and do this all with this new rotate angle malarkey. So I want to go to minus 60 at 24 RPM, so it lifts up nice and quick. Oh, it doesn't really matter what that is. Then the return would return that to 0. Like 24 as well, I'm not going to bother naming it. Yeah, why has that done that? Why are you doing that? That's the return controller. Oh, I think I might have the return controller the wrong way around. It'll be that, won't it? Nope. What have I smacked up? It was greater than 20, it's supposed to kick in. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Why is it doing it like that? What have I got backwards? Yeah, that's how that bit's supposed to work. And that's now that angle. That's now at that angle. Oh, is it because that's now set to nothing? Is that why it's messing with it? Because that should be minus 20. What happens when we pull that back now? Nope, still responding and doing stuff it shouldn't be. Oh, I think I know. What are you doing, return controller? Let's turn you off. Let's see what happens there. Yeah, there's something about that return controller, the way that's working, that's triggering the wrong thing. Turn that on. We do that, it extends. We pull that back, and it does weird stuff with the leg that it shouldn't be doing. And we turn that forward. Turn that off. Turn that back off, and that was the actual functionality I was expecting out of it. Why is it doing that? I think it's to do with the rotor limits and the way it's changing them. Because when it's coming back there, it reckons it's triggering, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's going under. Going under 20 degrees, it's not going over. Yeah, JR, I think it's more to do with the way the event controller is reading the angle changes on that. Because rather than counting down to a minus position, it's counting up to 340. Yeah, and it's 340. That's ridiculous. Yeah, there's something about the way these new things work. I can't change that upper limit to anything. No, I don't want to respawn. Lower limit. Yeah, I think it's to do with the way the game is counting those numbers. It's not counting a minus number. It's not going back down to minus 20. It's going all the way round to 340, which is essentially the same thing, but the rotors and hinges can count negative values. Or the rotors can count negative values as well as... Yeah, I think it's to do with the way that this new set angle action is applying. But let's just quickly copy and paste that. Walk forward, light. let's take all of this out of here and just make it go forward and backward. What do I need to do? Oh, hang on. Leg hinge. That one. And yeah, that's done. Weird stuff to my rotor limits. So what was it? Yeah, that's supposed to be minus 20. That's now going to do weird stuff. Fantastic. There we go. Alright. Yeah, obviously that's changed that limit again. Now, I think there might be a few things in this new system they might need to work on. When it turns off, I want that to just reverse. Yeah, because that has again removed that 65-degree angle limit there because of that action. Because annoyingly, at the moment, when you tell it to set a rotor limit, it seems to set the rotor limit back to just default, which for hinges is 90 degrees and for rotors is nothing or unlimited. So I think that's a bug they definitely need to fix, because I don't want that command affecting the other limit. That's stupid. I don't know why it's doing that. Because that would mean I'd need to account for those the opposite limit change every single action. Yeah, right. So, okay. Right, so the alternative perhaps would be to have the return controllers turn themselves off. Maybe. When they've done their thing. And walking forward, the beginning of that cycle, should turn it back on. Oh yeah, I bought the DLC, man. I bought the DLC, I patiently waited for the update, and then as soon as I got into the game, I did the newsletter thing to get the cockpit as well. So, as far as I know, I should have all the stuff from the newest update. Right, so we have that turn the return controller on and off. What does that do? Oh, there you go. That seems to be the one. So, the simpler way now, until they fix that stupid problem, would be to have the cycle turn off that timer, event controller, so that seems to work. Right, those angles are a little bit ridiculous for a walk cycle. It doesn't need to lift quite that high, so we can change some of that. Let's tweak it a little bit. Let's try and make that leg come down a bit sooner. Oh. Nope. Be careful about that. Oh, cheers. Cheers, cheers, JR. Oh, hey, Angry Drunk Opossum. How you doing, man? So I didn't realise that was you that was asking that question. I've not got my glasses on as usual. I hate wearing them. Right, so that's kind of working. Don't need the foot to lift quite that high though, that's a bit much. And we can change that return. Let's make that a little bit less. Bring it down even more, I reckon. What if I put it at 0? What does that do? Yeah. Let's make that hinge move quicker. Make it move at, say, 16 RPM. Try that. So that would be the return control. Maybe that one. We can't easily change that again, can we? No, we have to do the whole action again from the start. So FL02. See, this is the problem. You need to start remembering angles and things. Keep them in mind. So rotate angle to what was it, 0? Yeah, 0, wasn't it? What's that, JR? Can you use a mag plate attached to a projector to build, or do you need to still have a reach block? I am not too sure about the intricacies of projectors and stuff. I know for the projectors to work, the projector has to be physically attached to the grid you're trying to print to get it started off. As far as I know, or there needs to be a block physically within the bounds of the projection for it to work. I'm not too sure. You'd have to experiment with that yourself, I think. So yeah, I wanted this to come down at... Oop. Oh, God damn it, wrong thing. Do that again. So we want that. Yeah, you probably have to trial and error it, man. I'm not too sure about that. So rotate back to angle. Was it 0? $65 and 0. Yeah, it was. So this new system, it does seem cool. It does seem there's a lot of potential to it, but it is a bit more confusing than just thinking about forwards and backwards. So we wanted to return that back to 0 at 16 RPM. We're going to try. I don't care. And that does that, and that does that. Right, so back like so. You know what? I'm gonna make that part of the foot come down slower, which was that one, because it is currently dropping down at 24 RPM. I want it to be a little bit slower than that, maybe, because it's coming down a little bit too quickly, I think. Yeah, so that return, let's change that. FL03. That one is rotating to angle 0 again. At 12 RPM for now. There you go, that's much nicer. So we can have the foot lift up nice and quick to clear the floor, but we can have it come down nice and slowly so it's not slamming into the ground again. To be honest, it might be lifting a bit quick. I can see a bit of sparking in that hinge. Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah, I am going to make that foot lift a bit slower though. So what was that? That would be in there. That's the rotor, that's the tip of the foot. Gonna go up to -60 maybe. I might even make it less than that. So walk forward. That one. It'd be really nice if we could just right click and go to that and change it without having to delete it, but whatever. So rotate to angle. I don't even need to lift it as high, I don't think. Let's just call it 45. I'll have it out. Lift at 16. And pick any velocity we like now, really. Oh, I've done something wrong there. Oh, it's minus, you fool. That's why. FL03. Rotate to angle minus 45 at 16 RPM. Oh, that's much smoother. Yeah, I quite like that. Okay. I reckon that's a good basis for the beginning of that, so let's try and replicate that onto the other side. Yeah, that's the only problem. You might have to start writing things down and remembering what angles you've chosen. Said it about 20 times now. So that's going to be block on and off. It's going to be leg light front right. So what did we do here? Unfortunately we can't actually see what we did because we just got those icons. What we need to do is rotate that to minus 40. We need to remember to go counterclockwise. So that'd be that. So rotate to angle minus 40. Oh crap! What velocity did we use? 12 RPM. That's what we're using for now. Right, so that's that on and off. So rotate angle minus 40. We type in negative values, it won't be minus 12, wouldn't it? No, it has to be. Okay, so you account for that, do you? With that, I suppose, counterclockwise. Oh. Cool. And then we want you to rotate to angle positive 20 at 12 RPM and go clockwise. And that way, in fact, let's put all of these on the toolbar and use them eventually. There you go, so that's now doing that. Like the opposite arm. Cool. Okie doke. So what was next? So we did that, and then we... yeah, we could do some symbols to let us know whether what direction we've increased it in. Because that doesn't tell us much, particularly if we've forgotten what we were doing. A little update to the icons would probably be in order. But what did I do with it then? Oh, I know what I can do. Can we? See all that stuff? Yeah, we can if I do that. And that. And that. There we go. Should be able to see what's going on there. So yeah, we had a lift up at 16 and drop down at 12. Okay, cool. Right, so walk forward. Front right 0, 3. There you are. You can go to, what was it? It was minus 45 at 16 RPM, wasn't it? That's the one. Oh, you know what? I should probably put a failsafe in there just in case. Maybe. Yeah, we can do that later. And the other one was we need to front right 0, 2. Yeah, we need to set that to 65 at 12 RPM. Or front right 0, 2. So that would be front right 0, 2. Would. Oh. Yeah. Hang on. Oh, I think I might know how to get around that bug I was having before. Rotate to angle. It depends what rotors consider clockwise and anti-clockwise, I suppose. 65 at 12 RPM. Oh, they don't have, right, yeah. Yeah, they don't. Whatever. And was that it? That was it, wasn't it? Right, so we've got the return control that we need to set up. That was looking at the angle of the rotor. So, angle changed. This one will be less than, because it is on the opposite side and it's a rotor. So when it gets to less than 0, it returned. It returned the shoulder at 16 RPM, didn't it? So that went back to 0 at 16, and it put the toe back to 0, I think. Where is it? Rotate to angle 0 at 12. I think that's what we did. And then when I flick this, that return controller is going to do weird stuff. Right, it didn't work at all then. Return, what are you doing? Currently at 320. Yeah. Right, so that system is going to cause me problems with using rotors. Because of the way it's counting the input on the rotors, or the output on the rotors. It's not using minus values, it's doing everything in positive values. Even when you get it to spin anti-clockwise, it's counting backwards from 360, or it's counting all the way forwards, which is triggering the event controller in the wrong damn direction. Okay. Where was that at now? That's saying that's at 20. That's made that. Yeah, that's counting up. Why are you counting up? You're going backwards. You're doing it wrong. Okay. So it's working fine on this side. Apparently. Right, I'll just change the return input and we'll tweak it. It'll be easier that way. This new system does strange things. Yeah, it certainly does some strange things. Counts in weird ways. Right, so I'm going to have to change this then. So instead, we'll have it look at the tip of the foot instead. And when it gets to less than minus 40, it will return, because it goes all the way up to minus 45. So we'll see what that's like. That's not too bad. Even bring that down a bit. Turn minus 30. Yeah, let's try minus 35. I want it to have a little bit more of a gap. Yeah, that seems to be alright. Okay, we'll try that instead then. So, let's change that to match. Front right 03. Let's get rid of you. make that less than -35. See what that's like. And there we go. Now we don't have to turn off that return timer. Not bugging out and doing weird stuff because the rotor's not counting in the wrong direction. Okay, that's much nicer. Right. I can take that out of there. Just leave it switched on. And I can take that out of there, and that should work fine and not break and do weird stuff. Cool. And that is the first half of the walk cycle, hopefully. Then we'll have to figure out how we're going to do the back end. Because the rear legs will be slightly different. That's a good start. Right, so I'm going to go and quickly grab my usual half-time cup of tea. And I will be back in 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. I'll be back very soon. Right, we are back. Let's figure out this back set of legs. We want that going to -40. We're going to do it at 12 RPM for now. Yeah, so out to -40 and back in to 20 at 12 RPM. So which one was this? Rear left. Block on off. Leg light. Rear left. Rear left rotor. There you are. So, when it goes on. What's that, JR? Might try live stream for the first time tomorrow. Oh yeah, cool man. If I'm not busy, I'll tune in if you end up doing it. But yeah, I'll tune in if you're doing it. What are you going to play with? Just some more of the some of the contact stuff, or build streaming, survivaling. So we need to rotate angle to -40 at 12 RPM. And that'd be counterclockwise, wouldn't it? Captain Player, I don't have much of a schedule at the moment, because I'm just sort of streaming as and when I can, in my free time. But I tend to mostly do streaming in the evenings, my time. So usually about this time of day now is when you will find me streaming most often. But I don't have any particular schedule at the minute, unfortunately. I would like to try and get a bit more of a routine going, but at the moment it's a sort of on an as and when I can kind of basis. Well, hopefully if my channel gets more popular and it starts generating some income, I might be able to do it more seriously and more regularly. Maybe do some other things, you never know. So that's going to rotate back to 20 at 12 and go clockwise, I think. Number 3, there we go. Light off, light on, light off, light on. Right. Cool, right, so rear legs are backwards, so we have to think backwards and do things in reverse. So we want it to do the opposite of that, essentially. We need it to extend and push forward. Yeah, so the next thing in that one would be when the light turns on, we want the rear left knee hinge, or yeah, the knee hinge essentially, or elbow, whatever you want to call it. We need that to move out to 0 degrees. At 12 RPM, so it's in time with that rotor. Yeah, some other prototype bits would be nice. There's some other bits and pieces that I'd like as well. Like the new piston the new piston looks really cool. It looks absolutely awesome in large grid and in small grid. And I was really hoping that we'd get some new rotors and hinges to go with it, but no. We've got one really cool looking new piston at the moment. I don't know what the collisions on it are like or how useful it is yet for compact spaces, because I've not really played with it, but I was really hoping they'd give us some new rotors and hinges, and they didn't. They just gave us one new piston. So I was a bit disappointed by that. So yeah, that wants to extend out to 0. Right, so walk forward, light on, rear left 2, set angle 0 at 12 RPM, so that we then push the leg out like so. Then when we come back in, I want... What do I want? I want that knee to lift, and I want that foot to lift. And then I need to drop them back down. Bum bum bum. So, let's try when the light turns off, it will pull that hinge back in, but slightly quicker, to give us a little bit more lift on the back. So if we set that back to angle 65, I think it was, at 16 RPM. Yeah. So then when we turn the light off, we would also want to lift the foot. Yeah, right, so walk. What's that? Damon, you need to head to bed. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. Cheers, man. No worries, dude. Oh, before you go, is the piston stronger than the standard? I have no idea. I think it's probably exactly the same. It'll mostly just be cosmetic. I'd like it if they'd give us some hinges and rotors in the same style, because it looks really cool, but I don't use pistons as often as I use rotors and hinges. It'd be nice if we could have new rotors and hinges. When I saw there was a square piston, I was hoping, oh my god, have we got a square hinge that fits nicely into a cube shape? But no. Missed the trick there, Keen. Please, 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 new hinges and rotors. Right, so we want that foot to lift as well, and then the last part of that is just going to return the foot. So we also, when the light turns off, which will be this action here, we want that to rotate to -45 like the other feet have been doing at 16, so it's that little bit quicker and gives it a little bit more lift. So there you go. And then when we come all the way in, we can get it to return. So the return, that one there, we'll have that, the angle changed. What? Oh, hey, Felty Chameleon. Yeah, it's the usual thing. It's Microsoft's certification process. It's all that nonsense on their end. It's super slow. It's not just space engineers that get screwed over by that. In terms of Xbox releases, because I imagine Keen will have gotten everything squared off, submitted all the paperwork to the various companies they distribute it through, and as always, Microsoft are dragging their heels about their certification process, so don't blame Keen, blame Xbox for being slow about things. Because different console companies have their different stupid red tape in different areas, depending on what company it is. And Microsoft's particular stupid red tape is their certification process for third-party games. Yeah, Felty. Yeah, it's literally a Microsoft issue. They just take the piss with how long it takes them to certify something that every other company goes, yep, that's cool, off you go. Yeah, there's probably a few culprits for it. Skyrim, Cyberpunk. There's been a few notable god-awful releases in recent memory that have just completely screwed publisher and distributor confidence in games they haven't made themselves. But yeah, I imagine it'll get sorted as soon as possible. It's always annoying. Right, so what do we need? What else do we need to do? We need to return that foot, don't we? So we need to return that foot at... not that angle. What are we doing? That one. We're looking at the tip of the foot. We're going to get it to return itself. So that will be at -45, so if we set the threshold to less than -40, and then get it to... we're left 0, 3, set. Rotate to angle, back to 0 at 12 RPM. And it can do that. And annoyingly, we'll probably have to cycle through the whole thing again. Yeah. Because it's not going to respond unless the parameters change. So, there we go. There we go. That doesn't look too bad. I quite like that. That's hopefully quite nice. What does that look like in unison with the front? That doesn't look too bad, hopefully. Right, quite like that. Oh bloody hell, this encounters thing. Alright, let me get rid of all those old GPSs, because they are just in the way. Delete, delete, delete. That's all from old stuff a while back. Yeah, because there's a pirate base there. And there's a resupply post there, and then there's a mystery signal something off in the distance somewhere. Ah, there's an unidentified signal. Oh, it's moved. Oh, do they randomly spawn then? Oh, that's cool. Okay. There's all sorts of interesting things going on around me in my world that I'm not even paying attention to. Well, I might go and have a look at that later. Make sure damage mode's turned off and just go and have a nosy and see what it's all about. But, right, let's get this back leg moving, because we're nearly at the point where we can start automating this stuff properly. So, what did we do with the rear right? It's angle... No, it's not. It's block switched on and off. Oh, no. That's angle changed. I'm looking at the wrong thing. That one. Block on and off. Leg light, rear right. What's that, Felty? Yeah, it is, man. Like this is an old world as well. This is just like one of the default worlds that I just use for building in. It's got all the tools and stuff set up already for me. But yeah, it's dropped some random stuff into this already. Like, and they're not even that far away. That one's 6 kilometers away, and that one's 6 kilometers away. So there's a neutral thing over there, a bad guy thing over there, and there's randomly spawning unidentified signals. There was one like 7,000 kilometers out in space before. That one looks like it might just be on the other side of the planet. So yeah, the new encounters thing that they've got going on seems to work pretty well straight off the bat in vanilla games, which is nice. Right, let's build this last thing. Let's get it going. So, what did we need to do? Oh, that's the point. I can't see what any of these things are. I have to remember, don't I? That's a pain. Right, well, we'll have to start writing things down more often then. So yeah, when it goes... it'll be... 40 at 12 RPM. Yeah, so that'll be... I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, 40 at 12 RPM and minus 20 at 12 RPM. That's the one. So rotate to angle 40 degrees at 12 RPM. Oh, hang on. Did something wrong there. Rotate. Oh, damn it. Rotate to angle 40 degrees, 12 RPM. Clockwise, not that I think it makes much of a difference. There we go. And then the other one will be rotate to angle minus 20 at 12 RPM. Go counterclockwise. Right, so on and off does that. Cool. Right, what were the other things then? We needed to... oh yeah, that was the one. We need to... rear right 02. We need to extend that out to 0 at 12 RPM. So, rear right 02, set, rotate to angle 0, that's 12 RPM. Yes. And the other side was 65 at 16 RPM, wasn't it? Yeah. So, there we go. Rear right, 02, rotate to angle 65, that's 16 RPM. So that does that. Then when we turn it off, that's when we needed to put in that. Yeah. When we turn it off and bring the leg back in, we need that to rotate to angle -45 at 16, so it lifts a little bit quicker. And then the return angle change less than -40, so we've got a little bit of leeway. Rear right 03 is that one, wasn't it? Yeah, rear right 03. And when that kicks in, we need it to return that hinge back to 0 at 12 RPM. Cool, so that should do that. Cool, so the back two legs should work like that. Cool, so then we've got all four legs can do that. Hopefully that'll give us a decent bit of clearance off the floor. The front arms might actually be lifting way too high. But we can try that. So now we need a way to automate that. So I need to put in a timer, a vent controller, and a rotor. Let's bung that in the middle. Little support in there. Take that out. Put a timer. Oh god, I keep forgetting they've moved everything around. Now the timer there, that can be called walk cycle, like we usually do. We'll have an event controller. That can be controller walk cycle. And finally, a rotor, a little one. You walk cycle rotor. That can free spin. Nope, that's too much. There we go. And that can just be like that for now. Right, so the walk cycle, like usual, must be the leg lights flicking on and off. The controller will look at this walk cycle rotor. Oh, in fact, I might actually need two. event controllers to get enough speed. So we'll actually do it like that and put the rotor in the middle. That way we can definitely get enough rotations to make our walk cycle a little bit more controllable and adjustable. Right, cool. So, walk cycle. Angle changed. Put that on 10. Cycle rotor. When that does its thing, it'll trigger that timer. Angle changed, greater than 190. Walk cycle rotor, trigger that timer. That's on, that's doing those things, that is 20 RPM. 25. 30. 35. 35's a little bit quick. 32. Let's put it back down to 30. Right, groovy. So, we'll stick that walk cycle rotor on there, turn that off. Oh, I forgot to change the torque on that. There we go. That's why it's still ticking over. Okay, so now we've got a walk cycle going. Well, the beginnings of one. How well's that doing? On the floor. Now, we need more mass to stop us freaking out and going all over the place, but we are getting enough lift to clear the floor. We are generating a little bit of forward momentum, so we just need a bit of gyro control and some more mass to make us a bit more sensible. It could be fast when it's when it's got a bit more weight to it. The thing about making mechs is it's very helpful to put shear inertia tensor on most of the joints and the legs, but that does strange physics things with the legs, and you can end up with the game thinking the legs are heavier than the actual main body, which is what causes, or at least I think, what causes a lot of the swaying about with small frame mechs with quite large legs, is the weight of the legs is throwing all over the place. Right, so we've got that in place. That's looking pretty good. We need gyro control, really, realistically. What's that, Felty? With the new rotor hinge controls, do you think making walkers jump might... Making walkers jump would totally be doable, in theory. Because you could have some commands set up to make your legs move really quickly. as a single command, and then you could have another command to put them back to where they were before. So you could have, yeah, so in theory you could make jumping mechs now quite easily that don't just have to have stupid rocket legs that throw them into the air. You could, in theory, make it a function as like a separate command. Which is, now that you mention it, something I might try playing with at some point. I've got some of my little bipeds, I might try and make them jump. That'd be quite interesting. Right, I want to put some gyro control down here. I need some space. So, let's... I don't want to cut him down yet, because I've still got things I want to do, so let's just do that. And that. And that, and that, and that. And then we should be able to cut that out without breaking him. Right, cool. There we go. Got some room. So, let's give him a bit of gyro control. He's probably not going to need an awful lot, because he's not very big. So, let's just put on another rotor directly under there. I'm going to have to give him quite a large belly anyway to armour up a bunch of stuff, especially the way I've designed that head. So, yeah, we can do that and stick a gyro in here. And call that the turn rotor. Call that the turn gyro. Override controls on. Share inertia tensor on. See how well that works. Where are we? Ah, can't see. There you go, that's a fair bit more stable already. Oh yeah, probably half the problems are coming from these suspensions that I've not adjusted in the slightest. Down to 25, so they're not catching quite as much. There you go. That's a little bit nicer. From using suspensions as feet, the way Space Engineers calculates the friction is a bit hit and miss. Well, there you go. That's much nicer. That's walking fairly well. And then we've got the turn rotor that we can use to turn left and right. I might actually put two on him. Maybe not. Actually, I might put two on him just so I've got the extra balance control. Let's see what another one's like. But yeah, that's working pretty well. And we can make him work quicker later on with a bit of experimenting, but I like to start slow with these mechs, because if you try and make them move real quick, real early on, you can just end up with things that just do infinite backflips or do weird stuff. So we'll start slow and then we can make it quicker later. So that's working pretty well, but I'd like more gyro control. So we'll copy that. We will chop it off. We'll build 2 instead. Ooh, oh, the wrong button. There I'm at. There I am. So we'll have 1 there. And we'll have 1 there. Yeah, copy settings. So that can be turn rotor number 1. That can be turn rotor number 2. Oh. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. Don't touch that. Do. That would be turn gyro number 1. Override controls on. Copy all. That can be number 2. Right, we'll try it with 2 gyros. See how well that works out. Did I put share inertia tensor on then? Should have done. Yeah, cool. Right. Oh yeah, we've got a new antenna. It's not quite the new antenna I was hoping for. I was really hoping for a small, compact antenna, like the new one. But we've got this new little, like, parabolic, like, plate type antenna, which is quite nifty. So I'll probably stick that on this somewhere at some point. Make that the antenna for it. Oh, that's the wrong button. That's the one I want. Yeah, right. Jump in there. Right, so. Oh yeah, we didn't change the suspension, did we? Need to remember to do that on the base model. Power down, strength up, friction 25. There we go. Right. So, turn controls. Rotors. There we go. That's a bit better, we don't need nearly as much power out of them. Cool. Oh, right, so yeah, with this new thing, we could even use these new set angles and speed things with that. Right, cool. He's quite happy toddling along at the moment, so that's a good sign. Walks quite nicely. Alright, let's change the base suspension on here before I have to do that again. What have we got? What have we got? Take that down. 25. Strength 100. Power 0. So that's all we need right now. And I might move the feet around. Well. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Leave that on. Yeah, cool. Right, that'll do for now. Right, so... Okay. So now we need a walk forward, a stop command, and a reset command. to put all the legs back to where they want to be. And I'm going to need some timer blocks. Right, so we'll need... That can be a walk forward. That can be a walk stop, because I need to build some reverse controls, and that's going to be a separate set of event controllers that we'll sort out later. I want to get this walk forward stuff nailed down first. Don't behave yourself. So that can be walk forward start. That can be walk stop. So walk, stop and start. Right, with stop, we want everything to return back to where it's supposed to be. Which isn't quite as simple anymore as just returning or just reversing. Because I've played with so many angles and things. So what I need to do is if I turn off all the lights, I can see what angles I want everything to be when it goes back there. Except it says back in minus 340. It says 340 instead of minus 20. That's annoying. Okay, so walk, stop. I want that to rotate to angle minus 20 at 12. And if it's minus, I assume it would be counterclockwise. I think. So that'd be that. Front right would want to be positive 20. So rotate to angle 20. 12 RPM. Clockwise. Oh, actually, maybe we want it on automatic, so that it potentially go the right way. I don't know. We'll try it with the auto command. We'll see what that does. I haven't actually tried that yet. So minus 20 at 12. Automatic, we'll see what auto does. Rear left. That'll be positive 20 at 12. Auto, I'll let you do your thing, see what you do. And that would be rotate to angle. Minus 20. Isn't it? No, 20. 12. Also, is it? Oh no, it's minus 12. Yes. Yeah. Done that wrong. Well, last one, that needs changing. There it is. So, rotate to -20 at 12. Try again. Rotate angle, -20 at 12. Automatic. See what that does. That's doing that. Because I haven't set the walk start yet, but we'll do that in a minute. Walk, start and stop. I'll stick these on here because we're about to start messing with this stuff. So if I hit walk stop, yeah, it puts everything down there. Which we'll do. So I would need to make the next set of hinges. They would all want to go to, what was it? 65. So we can have a command that makes all of those go back to 65 degrees at 12 RPM. We'll do all of the knee hinges next. So yeah, rotate to angle 65 at 12. And again, we'll rotate to angle 65 at 12. And the last one would be that. Rotate to angle 65 at 12. So if I hit that timer again, there you go, puts all of them back to there. What we need to do, we would also want to add in commands for the feet to put them back to where they need to be, and they would be 0. Yeah, they're all at 0. So rotate to 0 at 12. Rotate to 0 at 12. Rotate to 0 at 12. And the last one, angle 0, 12. That is just a little fail-safe to make sure our feet go back to the right place. Oh, that's done some stuff. And if we hit that, everything goes back to where it should be. It's the only problem. The lights. Okay. Oh yeah. We could just stick those leg lights in there. Just stick anything in the way for now. Off, 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 and off. Would I want to turn off the walk controllers, perhaps? When we stop, yes, I think I would. So, let's move some of that stuff around. Let's take these out of here. Move them up one. totally rearrange that. First things first is we will turn all of the leg lights off. Then we will turn off the walk forward controllers. And then... is this... Oh, hey, Angry Drunk Possum. Yeah, pretty much. I just use the Ursus kind of design as just, like, a rough sort of idea to play with some ideas. Or as a rough framework to play with some ideas. Yeah, that's kind of why I made it white. I thought I'd make a big sort of polar bear version of it. You are pretty much spot on there, man. Yeah, I was trying to decide what kind of leg setup to play with this, with all the new functions with, and I thought, go with the bear, because he's got a nice, sturdy frame on him, and I could set up something quite quickly. Right, so, what do we need to do? We need to turn all of those lights off. That'll put the legs back to default and turn all the leg light nonsense off. And then we need to turn off the walk cycle stuff. For now, I will turn off the controllers and the rotor. And I'll leave that, because that won't do anything while that's turned off anyway. So we'll do that, and then we'll redo these hinges. So, leg rotors. What's that? The longer you look at it, the more you feel it's like a block or two short. No, it should be alright. I gave enough spacing to give the legs enough room to move. And I didn't want to make it too long, because the longer you make your mech, the harder it is to turn it. I want to try and keep it as squarish as possible at the bottom. So we need to set these angles again. So that's going to be... Oh, God, I really do need to write this stuff down. It's actually much harder doing it this. It's much more complicated doing it this way. Minus 20, 20, 20 and minus 20. Right, okay. Remember that. Remember that. Right, so that one will be rotate to angle minus 20 at 12 RPM. And we were just going to have it on auto. The right hand one will be positive 20 at 12 RPM. And we'll just do that automatically. Rear left will be minus. No, rear left will be positive, you fool. It's the opposite of the front. At that, and that, and that, and then that one will be minus 20. Rotate to angle, minus 20 at 12 RPM, automatically. Okie doke. Right, and then we need to redo the hinges and bits. Let's just put something in the way. That can be rotate to angle 65 at 12. Rotate to angle 65 at 12. Oh, no, not that one. That one. 65, 12. Number 2. 65, 12. And R02 rotate to angle 65, 12. Right, we'll take that out of there. Then these will all be reset to 0 at 12. Reset to 0 at 12. And rotate to... wrong thing. Rotate to angle 12. Right. And that one. Rotate to angle 12 RPM. Right, cool. So, if we click that, that turns off all the lights, and turns off all the controllers, and turns off all the things. Hi, so the walk starts when we re-engage our walk cycle. What do we want to do? First things first. We want those walk forward controls to turn back on. On, and on. And then we would want would we just get away with turning them on and then turning on the leg lights? So on, off, on, and off it probably need to be. Let's... There we go. That puts them like that. That returns them like that. That does that. Cool, so that does that. Sets them up like so. Then we need to turn the cycle stuff back on, so that and that and that can turn back on. So we trigger that, return it back to how it was. Trigger that. There we go. Now we can stop that whenever it all goes back to normal. Trigger that. Cool. Okie dokie. Yeah, right, that seems to work fairly well. Right, in that case, we can try now setting up some vanilla controls to make it walk and make it turn. But I am going to quickly have another little break to just nip to the toilet. I will be back in 5 minutes, probably less, and we'll make this thing walk around with vanilla controls, and then we can try out some more ideas with it, potentially. There's definitely a few things I want to set up, try out some turret type controls, but yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you in a minute. Right, we are back. What's going on in the chat there? What's Rob saying? You run Izzy's IIM all the time. Any other scripts you guys think are a must-have? I have a few suggestions on that front. I'm sure some people have mentioned some things in the chat. You're on console, so you don't get to use them. Yeah, that's a problem. You'll have Felty with servers and stuff. I've not really done much with PAM or anything like that, but a few of the scripts that I do play with when... Oh god, they've moved everything. Some of the scripts that I quite regularly play with. I'll load them. Advanced Walker script is a good one. Advanced Walker script 2 is a good one for anyone that wants to get into mech building. It makes doing the walking bit of things a lot simpler. If you don't want to have to go through all the crazy vanilla stuff that I'm doing. Auto LCDs 2 is another great one. You can do all sorts of stuff with that, with the screens. Izzy's Inventory is great for automatically sorting all of your containers and things. There's a few other good ones. Power Graphs is quite good for displaying various power outputs and things. And then there's the obligatory Whip's variety of scripts. His Subgrid Wheel Control one's a good one. His Artificial Horizon one is pretty sweet. And then he's got a few others like Subgrid Gyro Managing and Subgrid Thruster Control, and his turret-based radar system is another one that I use quite often, because it gives you a nice little visual radar with a friendly, neutral and enemy signals on it that you can customise the colour of and stuff like that. But yeah, those are some of the scripts that I quite often use. Right, so the thought occurred to me while I was away for a brief second that now that we've got these toggleable commands, oh yeah, I need to turn those off, I think. But now we've got these commands to make rotors do things. What's everybody saying? Izzy scripts are good. Yeah, they are, JR. What are you saying, Felty? Personally, you like the challenge of doing things vanilla. PAM and IIM, you're on the exceptions. Because there's no real good way of getting around it. Yeah, I'm the same, man. I like to try and do things as vanilla as possible. And only really resort to the scripted stuff these days when I absolutely can't do anything. That's why most of the scripts I use these days are just like visual, like interior scripts, like display screens, that don't actually have much functionality other than just making things show up on screens. And Rob's device, no worries. Like I can probably say that from everybody that's giving you some suggestions as well. But yeah, the thought I was having before is if I turn off those return controllers, which I need to turn off in the walk controls anyway. No, in fact, I could just make it a separate command. I can make a command, in theory, to make the mech crouch down, crouch forward, so it's easier to get into the cockpit from the floor. Need to turn the return controllers back on, don't I? Cool. There we go. Yeah, I can make a command that makes it shift forwards and crouch down. Yeah, that's what I mean, man, because, like, from that height, we're at floor level. I mean, we can get into it from there, from ground level, but it would be much cooler if it, like, kneeled down in front of us so we could get into the cockpit a little bit easier. So, I reckon now, I'll think carefully. I don't really want to use much of the space around here. Too much of it. Actually, no. I can go under here. I just need to extend those rotors out to maximum for now, to make sure they don't clang on anything. And I can fill a little bit of this space here, but not much of it. So let's put a timer in here. And we'll call it crouch for now. So, some quick things I need to change. Walk, stop. Also needs to turn off the return controls. Turn that off, and then walk, start, forward. Turn them all back on there, that'll be fine. That can go on, that can go on, that can go on, and that can go on. Right. So, where's it gone? Oh yeah, we already named it, that's fine. Right, so, crouch. I keep trying to spell crouch subconsciously with an N in it. I keep hitting the wrong button. Don't know why I keep doing that. So, this one, we just need the front legs to move forward. And I don't actually need to worry about using the lights to control any of it now. I can literally just move the legs into the position I want them. So, we will, for now, keep it simple. So we'll do rotate to angle 40 at 12 RPM. We'll just do auto and see how well that works. Sort of trying to think about it. We'll see if the game can do it for us. And then the front right one, that will want to be minus 40. Yes, minus 40. At 12. And we'll just do that. Cool, so triggering that. Move them forward. So then we would want to move the elbow hinges as well. So that can be rotate to angle 0. I think it was. That's what it extends to normally. So 0 at 12. And front right 0 at 12. We trigger that again. That puts them forward like that. And then I reckon we want to lift those as well. So that would be those ones. Let's do... What are they doing? Oh, it won't tell me because it resets the angles every time. Oh, it was 60, wasn't it? Minus 60. Oh, we were doing minus 45, weren't we? Yeah, okay. I remember now. So, crouch. Let's go to that one. Rotate to angle, minus 45 at 12. And then front left 03. Rotate to angle, minus 45 at 12. So we trigger that. Oh, yeah, because that's still switched on, isn't it? Walk, stop. That should have turned it off. There we go, that's off. Every time. Crouch, trigger. There we go. Right, so what's that like when he's on the floor? Does that pitch him down enough? Or do we need to fiddle around with it a bit more? Yeah, I reckon we can make... I don't want that to go in too far. Yeah, let's make the shoulders go further. So they were going to what? 40. Let's make them go to 60. See what that's like. Well, that was those two. FL. So, rotate angle 60, 12 RPM. Auto. And rotate angle minus 60, 12 RPM. Stick that on there. There we go. That's nice and low, but the feet, the side of the suspension is now level with the floor. Not too keen on that. So, what angle could we change to do that? That at least works. And then can we use the stop button to make it go back? Yeah, then we just use that to make it all go back again. So it's just a case of fine-tuning. What angle we want it to crouch at, really. Let's not make that 45, that's a bit much. Let's make them instead. Split the difference, let's make it like 20, 25, something like that. So it's a bit tipped back. Rotate to angle. That would be minus 25, wouldn't it? Minus 25, 12 RPM. Rotate to angle. Minus 25, 12 RPM. Suspension aren't quite scraping on the floor as badly. Oh, in fact. Yeah, let's put that back to normal. What if you take the crouch one and we just take that out completely again? What's that like? What was that? There for a second. Maybe just make the shoulders go even. No, because then, yeah. Let's try. Different idea real quick. So that crouch, every time I put that in there, I don't know why. So instead of moving that way, let's leave those where they are. Pitch the whole arm forwards and close the gap here instead. So we could have that rotate the other way, make it positive 25 at 12 RPM, and have that rotate to positive 25 at 12 RPM. And we'll just do it like that. That's a bit much. Yeah, so we do need the shoulders to extend a little bit. Yeah, that's not quite enough. Every time. Maybe we go further with these, see what that's like. Take them out. That can be rotate to angle 45 at 12. Rotate to angle 45 at 12. Yeah, it does still need to extend the elbows, otherwise you're never going to reach the floor. Let's try doing the elbows at 25. See what that's like. Oop, that was wrong. That was 26. 25. Rotate to angle 25 at 12 RPM. And 25 at 12 RPM. There we go. That's a bit better. Feet are still touching the floor. Body isn't. Oh, that's much nicer. Yeah. Cool. I like that for a crouch feature. And there's like a really basic kind of setup. Oh, God. Yeah. Now things they've moved and taken away and put in silly places. Right, buttons. I wish they'd given us more buttons. So we'd effectively have that crouch as a trigger now. and get him to crouch down here. And then we could have an event controller inside him somewhere. Where can we put an event controller? Oh, we've got some gaps in there. That might do. Yeah, I'll just put some in there. They're all in different places. However, I'm probably going to use another one in a minute anyway. That can be controller pilot seat. And so, I missed the ER off controller. So we'd have that cockpit occupied. Have that cockpit selected, and then when we jump into that cockpit, it can trigger the walk stop function. In fact, it can turn it on just in case for some reason it gets turned off, and it can trigger it. And that way, when we jump in the cockpit, it automatically does that. Stands back up. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm ready to play with this thing on the ground and see how far we get like this. I'd usually be wrapping up about now, but we've got a new update and we've got some new toys to play with. So I'll probably for an hour or so, because there's some other things I want to play with. Right, so now that he walks pretty well, turn that on. Trigger it. What's that you're saying there, JR? Are you gonna what's that? Are you gonna find a hangar on the Citadel for it? Possibly. Yeah, I think I might do. Depends how big he is at the moment, but I can find... Oh, we've got some new gates and stuff, haven't we? For the large grid stuff. Yeah, when I go back to that stream, I will definitely consider it. But yeah, he can walk pretty well now. The more mass he gets, the more stable he'll get, to a point. We can turn that off, or we can just trigger that. Ooh, that didn't turn properly. Why didn't they return properly? There we go. Strange. Okay. But, oh yeah, we've got the new connectors as well, haven't we? We've got all sorts of new little bits that I haven't thought about. That's a point. What are the new connectors like? Oh god, have you... They've moved the connectors around, or they've separated them from the backing collector. What have you done with my connectors, Keen? Why have you moved everything into separate little boxes? Why have you separated that out? Right. Okay. Oh, okay. They've got a corner connection in small grid, and then we've got a large grid version as well that has multiple inputs. That's cool. The small grid one, that's really good though. That's got a nice little angle to it, so you could tuck that in somewhere very nicely into a little compact conveyor system. That's cool. That's definitely going to get used. Yeah, cool. Right, so what were we doing? What were we thinking? We can make it walk, we can make it stop. We can even make it bow down. And then we can jump, automatically get back in. What we need next is vanilla controls to make it turn and walk forward. And I'll put the bits in to make it walk backwards as well. So to control it, we need thrusters. Oh yeah, I took everything off my toolbar, didn't I? Dum. Where are they? There they are. So we'll have those ones. And have they finally condensed them down into just atmospheric and hydrogen? And right, that's one change I do approve of, just making it ions, Atmo and H2 rather than having all the different separate groups of them. That makes more sense, but separating all the computer controls out, that's just irritating. So whatever. Is I need the thrust controls to be quite compact, realistically. Hoping these won't be too strong for this grid and cause it to clang. It should be alright, in theory. So what I need is I'll need 2 facing forward and 1 facing back, minimum. I do, however, need some left and some right. Or are all the armor panels still in one group? Yeah, the armor panel groups don't seem to have changed. Yeah, all the armor panel groups are the same, as far as I know. Oh, did they not give us any new small grid truss pieces? Damn it! I was hoping we'd get more small grid truss parts. God damn it, King. Really? Ugh. Lame. That's annoying. God damn it. Right. Control thrusters for all of this walk stuff. No, I need stuff to control left and right. I need some to control forward and backward. I don't want them to burn each other, so that should be that, that should be that. What's gonna do? Oh, damn it. I'll do that like that, and then... Right, so that can be... Walk. Thruster. Forward. Control. That can be what? Thruster. Forward. Override. And that can have a little bit of override on it. And that'll slow that down. That way we don't have to turn share inertia sensor off. And then that's pointing. That's left and that's right now, isn't it? Yeah. So. Oh yeah, let's do that one quickly. Even though we've not got the right bits for it yet. That'll be reverse control. That can be turn. Left control. We turn left override. Same principle, we just need a little bit of override to stop the inertial dampening messing with us without having to actually turn off the inertial dampening controls. The off, override. That a little bit. Right, so. Cool, right, that's not making that rotor clang out from what I can tell. Right, so we need forward, backward, left and right event controllers. How are we going to put them? Let's stick some of them under here. Yeah. Right, where have you moved all the bits to this time? There we go. So, vent on roller. Oh, it's not even in that one. That can be forward. That can be reverse. And we'll have right. And oh, damn it! I pressed the wrong button. Sorry about that. That was the wrong button. There we go. Right. I need to find a better place to put those hotkeys for OBS. Right, so that can be controller, walk forward, that can be reverse, set that up later, that can be turn left, and that one can be turn right. Right, so walk forward controller. Thrust output, forward control. When that thruster hits over 50%, it will oh yeah, we need to set that there turn them off and then alternate them. On, trigger, and trigger. So in theory, yep, there we go. When I hit that thruster, we now walk forwards. And when I release it, we don't stop. Oh, hang on. The controller might not be set up properly. Oh, hey, Human Shores. Yeah, I'm loving the new update too. Cheers, man. What did I do there? Walk forward. I forgot to set that. There we go. There we go. Seems to have a few. It's got some strange issues going on there. Maybe we need to put a delay in when it starts, so it's not immediately trying to start the walk cycle. Before the legs are in the proper position, because it's just doing weird stuff there. It's moving too quickly. And that'll be because the rotor that's controlling everything is turning on a bit too quick. So we need to delay that a little bit realistically. By maybe a second, just to give it some time to get in the right position. So let's put another timer in somewhere. We will put it in there. No, don't die now, Internet Connection. What are you doing? Settle down. Give me a second. Settle down a little bit. Looks like it's behaving a little bit better. Right, so we'll call that walking. Oh, Internet, what are you doing? Now is not the time. Your stupid shenanigans. What were we doing? Whatever. Right, so we need to make a little delay for this walk cycle. To stop those legs doing crazy stuff. So we'll just call it walk. Start. Delay for now. So, walk, start. What we actually want to do is take out this bit, I think. Take that out. And we'll have the delay turn on and start. And the delay can have a delay of 1 second for now. And then when that turns on, can turn on our walk cycle controls, which will actually start the rotation of everything, and then it can turn itself off, so it can't get triggered again by mistake. Let's try that. There you go. That gives us a little second to get in position rather than the legs do mad stuff. Sometimes these legs aren't quite returning properly. Why is that? Move. What's that about? Oh, stop. What if the walk forward controller triggers that multiple times? Will that correct it? Nope. Still got a few legs not returning properly. Nope. And that's still doing weird stuff. Okay. Why you no return back to normal? Walk forward. What about if we have that second one start? What's that doing? There we go. So there's some little delay in there that's doing weird stuff to those legs. But we have that little secondary action. It kind of guarantees that 25% friction, we're going to slide about. I forgot about that. What if we increase our friction a little bit then? Seeing as we're a bit heavier now. Make it 35. Yeah, we are going to slide quite a bit. Can we put it back to 50 without it being weird? That's not too bad. Yeah, alright, that's not too bad. Right, turn controls, let's set them up then. So we've got turn left and right, they are also going to be thruster triggered. Turn left and thruster triggered. Turn right, where is it? There it is. Right, so turn left when that gets triggered. Oh yeah, what direction stuff doing? Braking torque. Oh yeah, we need to increase that to max to make this a bit easier. So, positive is right, and negative is left. Cool, so left control. Turn. Rotor will just be the good old reset velocity. And decrease. And reset velocity. And decrease. And then we can just stick reset and reset velocity on both of them. We might need a little bit more than that. We can walk forward. Oh no, that's fine. Now we can turn left. I just need to make the right hand control. So that'll be turn stuff. There it is. Reset. Increase. Reset. Increase. Put that back down there. Reset and reset both of them. Cool, so we can walk forward and we can now turn right. And we can turn left. And it'll need a bit of tweaking, because he's doing a few strange things right now. I think it's mostly just an issue with wheel friction, more than anything else. There's wheel friction. Is a bit hit and miss. Where was I even building originally? I wandered all the way off. It was over there. But yeah, I can walk around. You can easily speed up the legs and stuff. Yeah, they do drag a little bit. Human shores. I have spotted that. But it's just a basic setup for now. I'm just experimenting with stuff. Yeah, they definitely do drag a bit. What I need to do. Need those back feet too. Yeah, they definitely do drag. I need to get them to pull in a little bit later so they don't drag as much. But it's early days yet. Alright, well, he can walk and he can turn. That's pretty good for now. And then that turns all of that off. We can get him to crouch down. And we'll return back to there when we get in. Right, you're going to work, you're going to connect. Right, you're going to work, you're going to connect. Right. I think I might be back and connected, hopefully. Hopefully the internet's going to behave for the next half hour. Hopefully. Right, so what's that story you're saying there, Human Shores? Ever done one with mags on the feet? I have done, and they have ended up being quite clangy as the rotors and hinges and things try to pull against the mag plates before they unlock. I've had mixed results doing that. The new cockpit is cool. You can build on it, allowing you to incorporate. Yeah, it's got the new cockpit. It's got 2 connectors at the back where those pipes go into. It's got 2 small ones on either side. It's got one on the front here, and then the 3x3 underneath. So it is pretty good. It's a nice little setup. And because of those nice little connectors on the side, slap some weapons on the side of them real easy. Which is pretty good. Oh yeah, now that was something I wanted to look into, wasn't it? A turret controller for that head. There was something I wanted to try. What have you done with my turret controllers? Oh, they're now in their own completely separate group. It's daft. So I'll call that control unit head for now. And I've already named it head rotor. That's alright. Right, let's jump in there. Control unit head azimuth head rotor. We'll just make that 10 for now. That can have those 2 guns. And that's the wrong way round. So that wants to be -10. Let's stick that there. I seem still having the same old sound bugs. But at least I can move the head around. That's clanging against something. Yeah, it's probably blocks doing stuff. Right, so that can move about. So, we'd need a timer. Reset that back to normal, back to the center. So we're going to have that as rotate to angle 0. Do it at 6, don't want it to move too quickly, otherwise it'll clang on stuff. Auto. So then we can trigger that to put it back in the middle. Put then that messes with the rotor limit settings. We'll make that one the one you've chosen, and the other one, it seems to put back to default at the moment, and I'm not really liking that function. That's a little bit aggravating. Then, when I select the turret, I've seen a bit of human shores, man. Have fun, dude. Because now when I select the turret, I can go as far as I want that way. I can't go any further than 0 there. So, what we are gonna need is another timer. Stick another one directly underneath. Ah, they're in a separate group. So, what we could do is have a head turret on control and a head turret off control. Turret. There we go. Then that way, what we can do is get rid of that. Have the head turret on, head turret off. Head turret off sets it back to the center. And that could also turn off. Oh, we'd need to turn that off first if we were using the AI. So we could turn that off. We'll also set it to make sure the AI is off. And then we can have that rotate to 0 at 6 RPM automatically. In theory. And then when we turn it on, we would want to, first things first, we'd need to reset the limits again, and we've got a command for that now. And we can do that without actually having to adjust the velocity. So the first thing I'm going to do is reset the velocity to make sure it doesn't do anything daft. And then set lower limit to -10. And set upper limit to +10. And then we can turn on that turret controller. Oh, we also need to turn on the guns. And off. So if I head, there it is. I'll stick that control there. Turn it off. That's all off. I can't do anything with it. If I turn it on, that turns on, and I can move left and right. to a maximum of 10 degrees, it would seem. Head rotor, minus 10 and 10. Cool. I can control that, do that, put it there. Then when I hit that button, it kicks me out, turns everything off and resets it. And because it's off, I can't accidentally control the head again. Turn it on, I can now control the head and do what I was doing before while I was walking around. Yes, there is. There's a few things in the distance. There's a salvage yard over there. There's a supply post over there. There's a... Oh, that unidentified signal's changed again. It's now 4,000 kilometers away. It's the new encounter system. It's added a whole bunch of new interesting things. There we go, I can control the head whilst I walk now. Well, I can walk and turn using the keyboard. And I can use the mouse to move the head around. Why is that doing that? Have I not done something right with those turn rotors? Have I missed something? No. Nope. Why was that turn control being weird then? I'm not sure what was going on there. But yeah, so that I can walk. And I can turn the head on, and I can take control of it. Ah, what's going on there? That's doing strange things. Why is that turning infinitely? Because those rotors should have stopped the second I took my finger off there. Hi Matt, you're right, Dark Matter, you're back again. What's going on is I'm just messing around with some ideas now, doing a little bit of bug fixing, or trying to do some bug fixing. Doing strange things now. So why is that staying on? That's why. I want to do that. That's not turning off. Why is that not turning off? Why, when I hold forwards, does the left thruster not turn off? Space engineers, have you changed how thrusters work? So if I hold forwards and tap left, it leaves both of them on until I release that. You've changed how thrusters work as well, haven't you? Yeah, that's why it was spinning uncontrollably. Really? Is that not... What if I screw something up? What if I turn that and that both off? Forwards, tap left. No. No. Maybe I screwed something up. Maybe that was me. Maybe something has changed, I'm not quite sure. That's on 5. That's on a little bit more than 5. That's usually fine like that. I've never usually had this problem before. Oh, those batteries will be running out soon. What's that, dark matter? You gotta learn how to do this. Just experiment, man. Play around with ideas. Try things out. That's how I learn how to do it. And it's just by coming up with an idea, seeing if it works. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Alright, the thruster's behaving now. So it looks like the thrusters are behaving now. Maybe they were just being buggy and weird like they sometimes are. Yeah, they seem to be fine now. They're not sticking like they were before. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's fine. Right. Right, cool. So he can walk about. He can crouch down for us, so we can easily get into the cockpit. And then he can stand back up again. We can turn the head back on, and we can take control of it. Now, what's that clanging on? Ah, of course it is. Really? That's clanging? That's rubbing? This is what I mean about blocks and their collision fields. Sometimes they don't make a lot of sense. What can we do to sort that out? Because I don't want that clanging every time I turn the mech's head. Take that out. We can put that in either side, hopefully. Nope. What's that? Extend it. I don't really want to push the head out any further than that. What's that, Dark Matter? You've been watching Engineered Coffee and he gave you the idea to make a small grid turret. And I gave you the motivation to start doing this. Oh, cool, man. Oh, that's nice to know that my efforts have been rubbing off on people. Right, so... there we go. That's not clanging. That's much better. Then we can turn that off and it resets it. We can turn that back on. We can move the head around wherever you like without any clangs. We can hit that timer and turn it off again. Cool. So we could eventually put those two buttons condensed down into a single on-off switch. We'll figure that out later. We'll probably end up coming back to a lot of these ideas and all the builds. Let's have a look at some of these new lights. These new lights, like we've all these interesting new angled spotlights or floodlights in all sorts of different directions. What's that? School sucks. It takes you time to do stuff. Everyone says I need it. Ah, no worries, man. Learning stuff takes time. Some people learn at different rates. Oh, we've got all sorts of these little things, haven't we? Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we've got quite a few different shapes of these floodlights then. Alright, let's put that on there. What do they look like in the dark then? Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, we got this new music block that's quite cool looking. Its primary function is a jukebox, small grid jukebox, but you can actually use the screen for anything you like. And I see they've changed scripts to apps now, but yeah, you can still put whatever you like on them from the look of it, and just use them as a little interior screen, so they're quite interesting and new. I think they'll end up being part of my interior builds fairly often. Oh yeah, and there's this new antenna as well that looks quite cool. Stick that on there for now, it's not going to live there permanently. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, make him crouch down. All his feet are still contacting the floor nicely. Probably set up a way to make that return as well and have that as like a crouch stand on-off type switch. We can jump back in, it can automatically return back to the angles we want. Did I fix the drones? No, they are still giving me crap. But now that we've now that they've expanded some of the actions, I don't know, I might be able to sort them out a bit better. I do need to rethink some of their programming a little bit, but no, that is still on the to-do list for this Citadel build. And I will come back to that probably tomorrow. But yeah, so that's been about 4 hours now. I'm gonna wrap this up about now, because it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning for me. But that's been, I'd say, a fairly successful experiment with some of these new angle setting commands, where we can do very specific things with them now. Because now I haven't got a single rotor limit set on any of those hinges or rotors. It's all just being done by the event controllers and the timers and the commands themselves. Which is pretty sweet. Yeah. Right, so probably going to leave this here, but while we're here, I just want to go and investigate this salvage yard and see what happens over there. We'll leave it on. We'll leave it on just invulnerable, because I haven't really got anything ready at hand to go over and investigate this thing properly. But I'll just go and have a nosy with the creative tools on and see what one of these new encounters is about. Oop, I got a little message there. Salvage yard pirates look sharp. Looks like they've detected me. Oop. Twin-tailed shiv. It spawned a little drone at me. Let's have a look at you. Ooh, you're a nice little looking drone. Ooh, I do like the design of you. You're pretty swish. Very minimal. What's this base about then? Yeah, I'm immortal like Christopher Lambert, you can't touch me. Oh, this is a cool little thing, isn't it? I'm guessing this is one of the many new encounters that pop up. Yeah, you got all sorts of... Yeah, you got all sorts of bits in the containers. That's interesting. Yeah, shush. And then the usual weapon drops and things like that. Space credits and bits. A bed. Little control seat thing. Yeah, that's cool. Right, so you can expect these kind of things to spawn fairly regularly now, can you? Oh, look. Rocket launchers. Make a difference with damage turned off, but... Oh, that drone's coming in for some action. What else have we got around here? Oh, cool, and you can find some prototech bits and zone chips and things in these places. Ooh. Architect. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think that's just the gate into the facility. That one. And then there's that door that takes you in there, and then that's just all tanks and storage blocks and things. From the look of it. And then there's a little. Oop, that's the wrong button. And there's more stuff in there you can pick up. Oh, these little encounters look like they'll definitely be worth the hassle. There's a few more prototype bits in there. And more things. More data pads. Yeah, I don't care if I upset them. Unclaimed blocks die in an hour. And then that's just got bits and pieces in it. Yeah. Well, those are interesting, aren't they? Yeah. You can shoot me all you like. In fact, I can just do it the quick way. And they'll probably follow me over here for a rumble, depending on how good their AI is. But yeah, those encounters look pretty cool. And look like they're definitely worth playing around with. Because we found that. Does that create a GPS marker or something? No. No, there's no GPS in there. Cost me everything I had, but it's mine now. Oh, so you get like little flavor text things as well. That's quite cool. Right, so yeah, those encounters are pretty sweet. Lots of prototype bits and various loot lying around in them. Drones and turrets and things to fend you off and provide a bit of a challenge. Yeah, little bits of story stuff as well. Looks quite cool. And I like that drone they had spawn over that base. That looked pretty sweet. You know what? Before we bugger off, let's go quickly have a look at that supply post that spawned as well. See what they're like. Because that was a hostile encounter. What are these neutral ones like? No worries, Dark Matter. I am literally going to bed myself in a second after I have a quick little nosy at what this is. Ooh, supply post. Unknown units have entered the area. Lockdown gear. Oh, so the neutral things don't like it when you get close by. They get a bit suspicious and a bit concerned. What's going on over here then? We've just got a little base with an interior turret that's not kicking off on me. We've got a little glass roof, beacon, antenna. Access denied. Oh well. Oh, they didn't like that, did they? This door's really strong, and my grinder is really potent. I should have given myself a better grinder. Well, there we go. Shush. Yeah, so you got what, welders and a little viewing platform, and no, that'll be that's the broadcast that's sending all the signals. There's a assembler there, some cobalt and bits, shush. And then you got the old cargo container with some bits in it, yeah. And so you got, yeah, a little thing like that, cool. Yeah. Right, so I'll leave that there. That's a nice little nosy at some of the new bits and some of the new encounters. They look very interesting. And it's nice to see that they seemingly spawn quite close and quite frequently. So you won't have to go looking for them too much, hopefully. And those new rotor and hinge commands definitely are interesting to work with. And they definitely improve everything quite substantially. So, cool. Yeah, I will leave it there. And I will see all you guys next time, and we'll do some more weird stuff with mechs and rotors and all these new commands. Oh god, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to rethink with some of my current builds. But we'll think about all that next time. So, cheers for watching, cheers for chatting, and I'll see all you guys next time. Cheers guys, goodbye for now.